Nicholas of Myra. One day, Nicholas of Myra, who later became Saint Nicholas, heard that in a faraway town, people were suffering from hunger. He immediately had baskets of fruits, wheat, and other eatables packed. Then he and his servants started their voyage. When he reached the town, Nicholas knocked at a window. A child opened the door. He saw no one but the baskets filled with eatables and a sack which was bursting with wheat grains. The people of the town were overjoyed to see the eatables. They once again became healthy and happy. Today, Saint Nicholas is in heaven. But every year on his birthday, he starts on his journey down to the earth. The place where Saint Nicholas cannot go himself, he asks a good and pious person to go there and give the children living there apples and nuts. He is also the basis for the popular character of Santa Claus. The Little Match Girl. On a chilly day, a poor girl walked on the streets barefooted. She carried some bundles of matches. She had not sold even a single bundle of matches. She lighted a match to get some warmth. She felt as though she was sitting in front of a stove. But lo! The flames went out. She rubbed another match. This time, she imagined that she was sitting under the most beautiful Christmas tree. When she lit another match, she saw her dear old dead grandmother. Her grandmother took her in her arms, and both flew together far above the earth. For them, there was neither hunger nor cold nor care. They were with God. But in the corner, in the morning, sat the poor girl frozen to death. No one imagined what sweet visions she had last night, or how gloriously she had gone with her grandmother to enter upon the joys of a new year. Santa Claus does not forget. Roger had a bad habit of forgetting. No matter how important, his answer always was, "I forgot." Now, Christmas was near. Roger made a list of things which Santa Claus would bring. Finally, Christmas morning came. Roger checked his stocking, but he was shocked. It held a little longer than the one he had made. Disappointed, he put it in his mother's hand. His mother opened the list. It was a list of all the errands Roger had been asked to do for 6 months. At the end was written, "I forgot." Roger kept sulking. Later, they all went to Grandpa's house. It was very strange to Roger, but on Grandpa's Christmas tree, he found everything he had written on his list. So, was he cured of his bad habit? No. But when his mother saw that he was not heeding, she would say, "Remember, Santa Claus does not forget. The lovely gifts. It was Christmas time. The elves discussed as to what to give Mrs. Claus. They thought of many things. Finally, an elf said, Mrs. Claus would like something that we have made ourselves. Let us all make her Christmas tree ornaments. All the elves agreed. This was their favorite work. They began to cut and paint and glue their creations. Bits of paper, glitter, and ribbon were all over the room. These are going to be the best ornaments ever, exclaimed one elf. Late Christmas Eve, the elves hung all the ornaments on a Christmas tree, especially for Mrs. Claus. It was the prettiest Christmas tree ever. The next morning, they all greeted Mrs. Claus. Merry Christmas! Mrs. Claus smiled and replied, Merry Christmas. She loved each ornament. She said, These ornaments are so beautiful. They will always have a special place in my heart because you all have made them. Thank you. The dolls. Christmas was around the corner. At the North Pole, the elves had finished making gifts for all the boys and the girls. They were too tired. So they decided to go off to sleep. As elves were going, they heard some noises. They made their way towards the workshop. They peeped in through the window and shocked. There were dolls everywhere. They were singing and dancing. All kinds of dolls, small and big, were there. We're having a party to say goodbye to all our friends here at the North Pole, said one doll. Please join us for a last night here. The elves laughed and said, We were scared without a reason. They were only dolls. The elves sighed in relief, happy that the unknown noisemakers had finally been found. They joined the dolls to celebrate the last night at the North Pole, singing and dancing until dawn. The Shoemaker and the Elves. A shoemaker named Bert lived with his wife Margaret. They were very poor. One day, Bert had no material to make shoes. But when they woke up the next day, they found a shining pair of beautiful shoes. They wondered as to whom had made them. A man bought them. The next morning, Bert saw another pair of new shining shoes. The couple decided to keep a watch that night to find out who the shoemaker was. At midnight, they saw two elves making shoes for them. The couple was shocked. Christmas was around the corner. They decided to make new clothes for them to thank them. On Christmas Eve, the elves came and saw the beautiful tiny clothes. The elves were so happy with the new clothes that they sang and danced all night. They now knew that Bert the shoemaker and his wife no longer needed the help. So, they went away to help someone else in need. The Christmas Trees. One Christmas Eve, the trees in a certain wood were very unhappy. They wished to become Christmas trees, but they did not know how to do so. They felt that they were old and bare. One tree sighed and said, "If only we were green, then we would be decorated for Christmas." Hearing them, the north wind told them to go off to sleep. So, the trees dropped off to sleep one by one, while a little star twinkled quietly above. As they slept, something magical happened. Someone cast a spell on them. They were very beautiful. The trees felt that perhaps the north wind had, during the night, cast over each of them a spell to make them beautiful. The trees were very happy. They shouted happily, "How beautiful we are! Now we will be decorated for Christmas." And indeed, they were decorated while the north wind smiled away. Reindeers to the rescue. Once there lived a family of polar bears: Mother Bear, Father Bear, and Baby Bear. Father Bear and the Baby Bear were out playing one day when suddenly there was a fierce snowstorm. So terrible it was that the Baby Bear got separated from Father Bear. Father Bear was devastated. He did not know what to do. Suddenly, he thought of Santa. He called Santa right away for help. He knew that Santa found little boys and girls all over the world. In turn, Santa called his reindeers for help. The reindeers found the Baby Bear. He was cold and scared, but once he saw the reindeers, he jumped for joy. The reindeer team informed Santa that they had found the Baby Bear. Santa gave Father Bear the news. He was overjoyed. He thanked Santa for his help. Everyone was very happy. The Father Bear hugged the Baby Bear happily. Sharing with friends. After a hard day's work, the elves decided to go ice skating. Everyone was having a wonderful time except Todd. He tried to skate, but he kept falling. He watched Gina spin as she skated. The next day, the elves went sledding. "This is great fun!" exclaimed Todd happily. But Gina stood sadly and watched. Todd realized that Gina did not know how to sled and was scared. Todd said, "I think I know what to do. I have an idea that might help her. And it might help me too." So, Todd went to Gina and said, "Gina, I have an idea. Since I'm good at sledding, I will teach you how to sled. And then afterwards, you can teach me how to ice skates, since you are good at skating." Gina smiled and said, "Each one of us has something special. But it becomes more special when we share it with our friends." The Snowman. It was Christmas time. Jenny woke up. As she looked out, there was snow everywhere. "Snow!" she shouted. "Snow for Christmas!" She ran outside and danced in the snow. Her brother came out too. They decided to make a snowman. They made a big round snowball and a small one. They put them together and made a huge snowman. They gave the snowman a carrot for a nose, a scarf for his neck, and a hat for his head. They gave a tomato for his mouth. On Christmas Eve, they looked at the snowman. Suddenly, he smiled at them. He was alive. The children were surprised. "Hello," he said. "Merry Christmas." The children replied, "Happy Christmas." It was great to have a talking snowman. The children enjoyed talking to the snowman. But a while later, the snow stopped and the sun came out. The snowman started to melt. He said, "Goodbye. See you next year." The Foolish Wife. Once upon a time, there were a young couple. The husband was called Mike and the wife Peg. Peg was a bit foolish. One day, Mike said to Peg, "Christmas is coming. You must clean the house well." Silly Peg thought that Christmas must be a man. "Are you Christmas?" she asked all the people going by. One crafty man who was going down the street said that his name was Christmas. The silly wife gave him everything inside the house. When her husband Mike came to know of this, he was very angry. He said, "Be careful this time. Keep the pig for Christmas." Peg called the man who named himself Christmas and gave him the pig. When Mike came home and asked her about the pig, she said, "But you told me to give it to Christmas." He held his head in anguish and swore never to say anything to her. The Kind Animals. Winter had come. All the birds were scared. They were finding it hard to get food. With snow everywhere, there were hardly any seeds to be found. Now, there was one bird who did not give up. She set out to find food for herself. But she had not gone far when it started snowing heavily. The poor bird did not know what to do. She started shivering and thought, "What will I do?" Then she saw a farm. She went there and entered the barn. The bird was surprised. The barn was full of birds. The birds were feeding from the animals' troughs. One of them said, "Come and join us. The kind animals are sharing their food with us. This winter, we will not remain hungry." The bird's face lighted up. She thanked all the animals. The animals cried out, "You are welcome." This was the spirit of Christmas. The lovely gesture. The whole class was busy and joyful. The children were making decorations to put on the Christmas tree. They were happy because the Christmas tree was to be a surprise for Julie, who could not come to school because she was ill. On the day before Christmas, each child brought a small gift and hung it on the tree for Julie. At last, many gifts hung on the beautiful Christmas tree. The children were happy because they had done something to make someone else happy. Julie was very pleased when the Christmas tree was set beside her bed. She could barely speak out of happiness. She was happy because the boys and the girls had shown that they cared for her. Julie had missed them very much. She began to feel better right away because she was happy. She would never forget this special day. Christmas spirit. An old lady by the name of Mrs. Daisy lived in a village. Everyone knew her, for she was very sweet and friendly. One day, Mrs. Daisy went to the market to buy some eatables. She bought some eggs, bread, and tomatoes. Now, as she was returning from the market, she lost balance and her things fell down. Mrs. Daisy was confused. She did not know what to do. Then she started picking her things hurriedly. Suddenly, a girl came to help her. She had been watching everything. She helped her to pick the things up. Mrs. Daisy was extremely grateful to the girl. She thanked the girl for her help. The girl walked with Mrs. Daisy to her home back. Mrs. Daisy invited her inside. She served her tea and a wonderful cake. The girl was very happy. It was Christmas time after all. There was Christmas spirit everywhere. The old man's gift. Once there was an old man. He was all alone. But he was not lonely, for he had built a lovely birdhouse in his garden. The birds made the old man feel happy with their singing. During winter, the birds decided not to leave the old man in order to migrate. But when snow fell, it was hard for the birds to find food. Now Christmas was coming. But the old man did not know how to celebrate. Then he had an idea. On Christmas Eve, when the hungry birds were huddled together, the old man took some corn, wheat, seeds, and chicken feed for the hungry little birds. He hung the basket filled with food close to the birdhouse. On Christmas morning, he saw that the basket was crowded with birds. The air was filled with cheery tweeting and singing. It was the best Christmas the old man had ever had. The Lord's Gifts. A small boy named Robert lived with his aunt. She treated him badly. His friends used to make fun of him, for he wore wooden shoes. On Christmas Eve, his class was taken to the church. After the prayers, all the children saw a small boy with few clothes and bare feet sleeping on a bench, but none bothered to help him. When Robert saw the boy, he immediately took off his shoes and kept them near the boy. Then he went home. His aunt was furious when she saw the missing shoes. She gave him no food and sent him to bed. Now, the next morning, Aunt was shocked. She called Robert. Her fireplace was filled with gifts, and along with them were the wooden shoes. Robert told her everything. It was then that she realized that Lord had awarded Robert. She also became good from then on. Kind Danny. It was Christmas time. Danny was very excited. With Christmas would come many gifts for him. There would be the Christmas tree too. He thought of how beautiful it would look. His parents gave him money to buy gifts for his friends. Danny was very happy. He went to the gift shop to buy gifts for his friends. While he was looking at the gifts, he heard a voice call him. It was none other than his school friend Josie. Danny said to him, "I am here to buy gifts. Have you also come for the same purpose?" Josie said, "Sorry, friend, you are wrong. I am very poor and cannot afford to buy gifts." Danny felt sad for Josie. After Josie had left, he bought a gift for him. On Christmas, Danny gifted the present to Josie. There were tears in Josie's eyes. He thanked Danny and both became good friends. The reward. When Jesus was born, everyone was happy. 3 trees wished that they too might give presents to baby Jesus. The palm tree said, "I will place my leaf as a fan over Jesus." The olive tree said, "I will pour sweet-smelling oil upon his head." "What can I give to Jesus?" said the fir tree, who stood near. "You have nothing to offer," Your needles would prick him, cried the others. The fir tree was very unhappy. Now, the Christmas angel heard everything. He felt sorry for the fir tree. So he begged a few stars to come and rest upon the branches of the fir tree. They did so, and the fir tree shone suddenly with a beautiful light. And at that very moment, the Jesus opened his eyes, for he had been asleep. As the lovely light fell upon him, he smiled. The fir tree was rewarded for his gentleness. The best Christmas gift. It was Christmas Eve. Young Brad wished to gift a Christmas present to his sick mother. His father, it was rumored, had died in a war. Brad spent all his money on buying a shawl and cake. On his way back home, he saw some hungry children. Out of pity, Brad gave them the cake. Further on, he saw a shivering old man. Brad put the new shawl on him. Now he had nothing. Sadly, he went to the church. When the priest heard everything, he said, "Son, Christmas is not merely about cakes. The true spirit of Christmas is in giving and sharing. By helping the poor and the needy, you have served God." The next morning, someone knocked at the door. Brad opened the door and could not believe his eyes. Standing before him was his father. He hugged Brad tightly. Brad was too shocked. God had given him the best Christmas gift. The Donkey and Santa. In a cold meadow stood a lame donkey. He felt lonely tonight, for it was Christmas Eve. He heard someone coming. It was Santa. The donkey saw the large sack at his feet. He offered to help Santa. "But what about your lame leg?" asked Father Christmas. "I can do it," insisted the donkey. So Santa lifted the sack gently onto the donkey's back, and off the two of them went. They reached a farm. To the donkey's surprise, Santa had disappeared. The farm owner saw the donkey and patted him. Then he bent down to examine the sack. There was a note next to the sack which read, "Here is a special present for you all. He has a lame leg. Take care of him and have a very Merry Christmas." Well, the farm family did look after the donkey, and the owner helped the donkey's leg to heal. The Wise Old Man. It was a chilly winter evening. An old man waited for a ride across the river. Soon, he watched several horsemen coming by. He let the first one pass by, and then another. Finally, the last horseman came. The old man caught the horseman's eye and said, "Sir, would you mind giving an old man a ride?" The horseman replied, "Sure thing." The horseman took the old man to his destination. Then he said, "Sir, I noticed that you let several other horsemen pass by, without making an effort to secure a ride. Then I came up and you immediately asked me for a ride. Why? The old man said. I looked into the eyes of the other horseman and immediately saw there was no concern for my situation. But when I looked into your eyes, I saw kindness and compassion. The horseman was impressed by the old man's words. The boy's kindness. It had snowed hard. Pete and Rod, who were visiting Granny for the Christmas, had to stay in the house all day. But the next morning, the sun was shining brightly. They were soon out in the snow. And what a fine time they had! When Granny called them in for lunch, they wondered how the time had flown since breakfast. After lunch, Pete was looking out of the window. He saw some birds cuddled up on the branch of a tree. He called his brother, Rod, and said, "See those poor little birds. They look half frozen and so hungry." "Poor little things," replied Rod. "Let us get some food from Granny and throw it out to them," said Pete. "Perhaps they will find it." The little birds were soon chirping and flying about merrily. Pete said, "It sounded as if they kept saying, 'Thank you,' and indeed they were." The best Christmas surprise. A little boy and his grandmother came to see Santa. The boy showed a picture of his sister, Tina. The grandmother said, "She is sick. Is there any way, Santa, that you could come to see her?" So Santa went to see her in the hospital. The room was full of her family. Santa entered the room, blowing a hearty "Ho, ho, ho!" "Santa!" shrieked little Dina. Weakly, Santa rushed to her side and gave her a warm hug. He and Dina began talking. Santa prayed for her and her family. Then he went away. A year later, Santa was back. Suddenly someone said, "Hi, Santa. Do you remember me? You came to see me in the hospital last year." Santa's jaw dropped. "Tina!" he exclaimed. He scarcely recognized her. She was much different from the little girl he had visited just a year before. That was the best Christmas ever for Santa Claus. The magic tray. A boy lived with his aunt and uncle. His parents had died long ago. Sadly, his aunt did not give him good food to eat. On Christmas, the aunt made lots of dishes, but she did not give any of the dishes to the boy. She and her husband enjoyed the feast. That day, the boy cried a lot and slept. In his dream, he saw a fairy. The fairy said, "Do not worry, my child. In the morning, you will see a small tray near you. Whenever you want to eat anything, just wish for it, and it will appear on the tray." The boy was very happy. In the morning, he saw the tray and ate wonderful food. He also shared the food with his aunt and uncle. His aunt was touched by the boy's kind act. She was ashamed for her bad ways. She took good care of him after that day. Hicks the Elf. Once there was an elf named Hicks. He would get very nervous around Christmas time. He tried to be just too perfect in toy making. He never thought that the toys were good enough for children. Nothing seemed to be going right or perfect. The time for the delivery of the presents were getting closer. It was beyond anybody's understanding why Hicks was getting so panicky. Then one day, Santa found out what the problem was. He decided to solve it. Hicks needed to feel that he was special. So, Santa assigned him his own project. The project dealt with the toys which were special. These were the toys that were broken and needed to be repaired with love. Hicks was so glad to be in charge of such a project. He was happy now and not nervous anymore. Santa had recognized his talent. He helped Hicks use his talent and made him feel confident. The Good Son. Once upon a time, there was a poor flower seller. He lived with his son. One day, the flower seller fell ill. Now it was Christmas time. The son wanted to celebrate Christmas with his father. However, his father was very ill and there was no money at home. Thus, the son went to his garden and plucked some flowers. Then he went to the market and cried out loudly, "Come and buy my wonderful flowers." The boy kept shouting, but sadly, no one came to buy the flowers. Suddenly, a lady stopped by him. She saw his flowers and bought all of them. Then she said, "You are a good son. I am December, the Queen of God Cheer. I bless you that you will grow up to be a kind and happy man." Then she went away. The happy son ran home to celebrate Christmas with his father. The car. Patrick got a car as a Christmas present. On Christmas Eve, he saw a street urchin admiring his car. Patrick said, "My brother gifted it." The boy said, "I wish that I could be a brother like that." Patrick was surprised to hear this. Then he offered, "Would you like to take a ride?" "Oh, yes," the boy said. "Sir, would you mind driving in front of my house?" Patrick thought that he wanted to show off to his neighbors, but he was wrong again. "Will you stop where those 2 steps are?" the boy asked. He ran up the steps and came back carrying his little brother, who was physically challenged. He said, "This is my little brother. Someday, I'm going to give you one just like it." Patrick lifted the little brother to the front seat of his car. His big brother climbed in beside him, and the 3 of them were off for a great ride. The geese in the storm. Once, a man did not believe in God. His wife, however, was a believer. On a snowy Christmas Eve, The wife was going to the church, but the man refused. A while later, there was a snowstorm. The man heard a loud thump. He went out to inspect. He saw a flock of wild geese caught in the snowstorm. They were lost. The man wanted to help them. So, he opened the barn doors and waited for them to enter. But the geese did not come. He thought, if only I were a goose, then I could save them. Then he had an idea. He got his own goose and released it. His goose flew through the flock and went straight into the barn. The other geese followed it to safety. The man realized, this is what God does. We are like the geese who are lost, but He shows us the way. Colored lights at Christmas. A little angel who couldn't see, hear, or talk very well approached God. She said, I have been trying to know where my parents live. There are beautiful flowers in their garden. I'd like to go down for a closer look. God knew that it was winter, so He said, there are no flowers. The girl, due to bad hearing, heard, there's no flowers. She said, they are beautiful. When God looked down, He realized that what looked like flowers was actually the light coming through the stained glass window of the church next to her parents' house. He told her that she could go no farther than the top of trees. He told His followers to make colored lights shine in the snow from then on. This is why colored lights are put at Christmas. Angels come to the top of trees to look at them and be close to their families. The Sweet Boy. Once, a boy lived with his grandparents. They were very poor. The boy was excited as Christmas was around the corner. Since there was hardly any money, the boy decided to work. He started grazing the neighbor's sheep after school. Thus, he collected some money by Christmas. He bought for his grandmother a woolen stole and his grandfather a pair of woolen gloves. Then, he bought some delicious cakes and sweets for them. On the way, he met some hungry orphans. He happily gave away the sweets to them. When he reached home, he only had the cake with him. He shared the cake with his grandparents. He gifted them the stole and the gloves. The grandparents were very happy. They blessed the boy. At night, as the boy slept, angels filled his house with delicious food and riches. God blessed him indeed for being the kindest person on Christmas and taking care of his grandparents. The Impatient Girl. Once, a girl named Irene lived with her parents on a big farm. Her father gifted her a lovely pony on Christmas. She was extremely happy. She wanted to ride. But her father warned her, saying, "The pony is naughty. Do not ride him alone." Also, you are not a good rider as yet. I promise I will take you for a ride tomorrow." Irene was impatient, but she did not say anything. When everybody was asleep at night, she quietly went to the stable. Then she took the pony out and tried to ride him. But the unfriendly pony kicked her hard as she went to sit on him. Irene fell on the ground. She started crying. She had broken her leg. Now she could not ride the pony for the next 3 months. Irene was ashamed that she had not listened to her father. Her Christmas was spoiled. He went to the church and cried before the law, "Please save my mother, Jesus." Just then he heard a voice, "I can help you. Take me home." Bert looked around. It was a magic needle. He understood that Jesus had heard his prayers. Bert ran home with the needle. The moment he threaded it, the needle jumped about and stitched all the clothes. It created many beautiful dresses. The next day, Bert sold the dresses and earned a lot of money. Then he bought medicines for his mother. With the passage of time, she recovered well. Bert's prayer on Christmas had been answered. The magical needle. Long, long ago, there lived a mother with a son. Boot. The mother stitched clothes for people. One day, she fell ill. The doctor said that the medicines could cure her. However, the medicines would cost a lot of money. Poor Bert felt helpless. He did not know where to get the money from. On Christmas Eve, the flowers. A little boy had no money to buy his mother a Christmas gift. But he was lucky as he found a dime on the road. He saw a flower shop and asked the owner if he could buy a flower. The owner surprised him by bringing 12 red roses. "That will be a dime, young boy," the shop owner said. The boy quickly took the roses and gave the money. The shop owner told his wife, "A strange thing happened this morning. I heard a voice telling me to set aside a dozen of my best roses. So I set them aside anyway." Then just a few minutes later, a little boy came into the shop and wanted to buy a flower for his mother. With one small dime, I gave him the flowers. The Doll House. Once, there were 2 brothers named Joe and Phil and a sister, Gracie. On Christmas Eve, Joe asked Gracie, "What do you want for Christmas?" "A dollhouse," Gracie replied. Joe went to the toy shop. He asked, "How much does the dollhouse cost?" 10 pennies, replied the shopkeeper. Joe had only a penny, so he bought a candy instead. He put it in Gracie's stocking. Later, Phil checked Gracie's stocking. He took the candy and ate it. But later he felt bad. He decided to buy something for Gracie. He had 10 pennies. "What can I buy for 10 pennies?" he asked the shopkeeper. "You can buy this doll house," the shopkeeper replied. So, Phil bought the doll house. The next morning, Gracie was thrilled to find the doll house. Everyone had a wonderful Christmas, but Joe always wondered how his candy had turned into a doll house. Naughty Gina. There were two sisters, Beth and Gina. Beth was the elder of the two. Gina used to fight a lot with Beth. One day, Mother said to Gina, "Santa is watching and he is unhappy when he sees children argue and fight." Then she dialed a number saying, "I am calling Santa to tell him about your bad behavior." In fact, she was calling a friend. She told him about Gina's behavior. Gina was shocked when Mother said, "Santa wishes to speak to you." Santa, her mother's friend, explained to Gina how there would be no presents on Christmas for the children who fought with their sisters. He would be watching closely. Gina nodded to each of Santa's remarks and then silently hung the phone up. After a short while, Mother smiled and asked, "Gina, what did Santa say?" Gina replied sadly, "Santa said that he would not be bringing any toys for Beth this year." The priest's wish. A priest had adopted a little boy as a son. One day, the priest found his son playing with a statue of the child Jesus. The sculpture had somehow come alive. The priest said to the son, "When you meet your friend again, will you ask him if I shall go to the glory in heaven when I am dead?" The son came back and said, "He said that you will not, because you have neglected your father and mother." Hearing this, the priest brought his parents to where he lived. He treated them with kindness, love, and respect. Slowly, he stopped thinking about any heavenly reward. Then one day, his parents died peacefully. They were very happy with their son. The priest was very sad. On Christmas Eve, he and the son heard soft and lovely music. The angels came and took the priest's parents to glorious heaven. The Christmas Feast. It was Christmas. Tammy and Kitty were alone as their parents had gone out. Suddenly, they heard music in the street. They saw a little boy singing and playing a flute. He was bare feet. Tammy and Kitty invited him in. He told them that he was very poor. He had no shoes and had to go singing from house to house for a few pennies in order to get some dinner. And he was very hungry. They both felt sorry for him. So they played games with him. Tammy and Kitty treated him to a wonderful feast. He had never had one like it before. Meanwhile, their parents came back. Tammy introduced the boy to them. Kitty said to her mother, "I have learned something. Whenever you feel sad and lonely, find somebody sadder and lonelier than yourself and cheer him up. It will make you feel all right." The snow in the woods. Sugar was a furry squirrel. She lived in the hole of a pine tree. One night, there was a terrible storm in the woods. Snow fell across the ground. All night long, it snowed huge flakes. Sugar shivered in a hole. In the morning, she could not see anything. There was so much snow that it had covered up her hole. She came out of the hole. She looked all around her tree. It was lovely. The sun shone down on the snow, making it sparkle and gleam. The pines had snow on their branches. Happy that the storm was over, she ran down the trunk. Sugar went in search of nuts and berries, which would take an extra effort this morning, since it had snowed so much. But she did not mind. The snow just made the woods more beautiful. After all, it was Christmas all the way. The gold-filled stockings. Once there lived a rich man. His wife died, leaving him with 3 daughters. The man was so sad after his wife's death that he lost all his money in bad investments. The family became very poor. The daughters did their own cooking, sewing, and cleaning. The man could not marry off his daughters due to lack of money. One night, the daughters washed their stockings and hung them over the fireplace to dry. That night, Saint Nicholas stopped by the nobleman's house. He noticed the daughters' stockings. He was profoundly moved. So, he took the 3 bags of gold from his pocket and threw them one by one down the chimney, whereupon they landed in the stockings. The next morning, when the daughters awoke, they found the stockings filled with gold. In time, the man found rich grooms for them. As for him, he lived a happy and healthy life. The Helper. It was Christmas Eve. Santa and his reindeer were getting ready for Christmas. There were lots of presents in Santa's sleigh for children around the world. Finally, they were off. Santa left a present for good girls and boys. Sarah was asleep at home. Santa climbed down the chimney with Sarah's present. But oh, he got stuck. "Help!" he cried. Sarah heard him and rescued him. "Thank you, Sarah. Can you help me distribute the presents?" asked Santa. "Yes," replied Sarah. They flew into the air. They went all around the world with the Christmas presents. Then they flew back to the North Pole for more presents. Santa's toy factory was very busy. Sarah loved the toy factory. As it was snowing, Sarah had a fun time throwing snowballs. "Thank you, Sarah. Here is a special present for you," said Santa, taking out a big box from his bag. Sarah replied, "Thank you, Santa. See you next year." God sends help. It was Christmas time. A woman was very poor. She was very unhappy, for she had no food to eat. She had no children. Her husband had also passed away. On Christmas Eve, she visited the church. She shared her grief with God. Then she returned home. Now, one day, a little parrot flew into the woman's room from the window. She was surprised to see the parrot, as she knew that it belonged to her neighbor. The woman thought they must be looking for it. Thus, she took the parrot back to its owner. The owners were very happy to have their parrot back. They were overwhelmed by the poor woman's honesty. They asked her to be their children's nanny. In return, they gave her a room to stay and paid her handsomely. The woman was very happy. She thought of God and her conversation. God had sent help to her. The three dolls. It was Christmas Eve. Santa took off to give gifts to the children. Mrs. Santa discovered that Santa had forgotten 3 dolls. She decided to give the dolls herself. So, she sat on a reindeer and took off. Mrs. Santa kept looking down in each chimney. She came across a stocking which only had an apple. So, she dropped the beautiful doll into the stocking. Then, she came to another house. There was no stocking here. On a bed slept a little girl. Mrs. Santa dropped the doll into the little girl's arms. Moving on, she saw a little girl standing out in the street. She had a bundle of papers to sell. She dropped the baby doll down to the little girl's lap. Then she went home feeling happy. When Santa came back, he found Mrs. Santa fast asleep. As for Mrs. Santa, she never told him about the 3 dolls. The wishes. Once, the Lord went to a rich man's house. He asked to stay there throughout the night. But the rich man refused. The Lord then went to a poor man's house. The poor man was very happy. He served the Lord happily. The Lord was pleased and granted him 3 wishes: eternal happiness, health, and wealth. The rich man heard about this incident. He immediately went to the Lord and begged, "Please stay at my house next time." The Lord agreed. He granted him any 3 wishes. While the rich man was going back to his house, his horse slipped. So he wished him dead. Therefore, he had to walk in the heat with the saddle. He said in frustration, "I wish my lazy wife would get stuck on this saddle." Then, his wife forced him to use the 3rd wish to get her off the saddle. Thus, he wasted all the 3 wishes in foolishness. Tabby's Prayer. A little girl named Tabby lived with her parents. Her father was a thief. Her mother worked all day. One day, Tabby's mother fell sick. A few days later, she died. After that, her father started stealing every day. Tabby was miserable. On Christmas, she prayed to God to help her. At night, Tabby was woken by a sound. Standing near her was an angel. She said, "Dear Tabby, you prayed to God with a pure heart, so He has sent me to help you." Tabby said, "I want my father to stop stealing. He should start working. And I want him to love me." The angel said, "So be it." The next day, Tabby found her father sitting near her bed. He apologized to her for his unruly behavior. Then he went out to look for work. Soon, he started working. He loved Tabby and took great care of her. Hope. It was Christmas Eve. God looked down from above at all his children. He said to an angel, "Go down to the earth and bring back to me the one thing that best represents everything good that has been done in the name of this day." The angel bowed to the god and flew towards the earth. Suddenly, she heard church bells. They were so melodious. Their tone was so beautiful. The angel was mesmerized. Looking down, she saw a small church. The bells belonged to that church. They were ringing out a carol. Then, a choir of voices rose through the night. Enchanted by the music of what she was hearing, the angel found herself listening until the song finished. The angel was delighted to hear these sounds everywhere, from cities to the smallest villages. And any place where she heard these songs, she found hope in the hearts of men. The lovely doll. A man went to a store. he saw a little boy holding a lovely doll. The man asked, "Are you going to buy this doll?" The boy said, "I want to, but do not have enough money. It is for my sister. She just knew that Santa would bring it." The man said, "Maybe Santa is going to bring it." The boy said, "No, Santa can't go to where my sister is. I have to give the doll to my mama to take to her." The man asked him where his sister was. The boy said sadly, "She is with Jesus. My daddy says that mama is also going to be with her." The man was shocked. Then he asked the boy, "Shall we count your money again?" The boy said yes. The man slipped his money in with the boys and began to count. Of course, there was enough for the doll. The boy said, "Jesus has heard my prayer." Essence of Christmas. Once upon a time, there was a poor boy. His father served in the army. One day, he was called to fight in a war. Sadly, he was killed in the war. The boy and his mother were devastated by this news. They became poor with the passing of time. So, the mother took up a job. She worked very hard so that her boy might continue his studies. Time passed by. Now the boy noticed that his mother had become very sad. He wanted to give her happiness. Therefore, he saved some money for Christmas. He planned to buy her a gift. He knew that his mother did not have a warm stove. So, he went to the market. He bought a lovely stool for his mother. Seeing the stool, his mother hugged him tightly. She cried in joy. This kind deed of the boy was indeed the real essence of Christmas. The candy cane. The candy cane is a decorative item for Christmas. It is widely believed that the candy, which earlier was straight as a stake, was given its distinctive J-shape by a German choirmaster. It is said that during service one evening, the children were very noisy. To keep them quiet, he gave each of them a long, white sugar candy stick. Since giving candies at church was considered sacrilegious, he bent each of these sticks at one end to make it look like a shepherd's cane. And thus, he attached a religious significance to them. In Christianity, Jesus is regarded as the Good Shepherd, and so the staff is considered to be a sacred symbol. The staff also represents the shepherd who came to visit the infant Jesus. The candy canes became popular when a German-Swedish immigrant in Worcester, Ohio, decided to string them on his Christmas tree as decorations. Of course, now it is a popular tradition everywhere. The night before Christmas. It was the night before Christmas. The stockings were hung by the chimney, waiting to be filled. The children were snuggled in their beds. When out on there aroused such a rattle. I sprang from the bed to see what the matter was. I saw a small sledge and 8 tiny reindeers with a little old driver. I knew it must be Saint Nick. Down the chimney came Saint Nicholas with a bound. He was dressed all in fur. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back. His eyes twinkled. How merry his dimples! He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf. I laughed when I saw him. He spoke not a word, but filled all the stockings. Then up the chimney he rose, and as he flew in his sleigh, I heard him exclaim, "Merry Christmas to all, and to all a very good night." The Christmas party. The class was celebrating Christmas. The whole class has gathered to celebrate the occasion. The children themselves set up the Christmas tree. They decorated the tree with lovely decorations. They had even brought presents and hung them excitedly on the tree. The students had brought eatables from home. The teachers helped them lay them on the table. There were other things to eat as well, like sandwiches, pastries, and so on. They sang and danced around the Christmas tree. Finally, the feast started. The cake was finished within minutes. Suddenly, one of the students' plate fell, and he could not eat the cake. He became disappointed. Then one student said, "Let's share our things." So everyone gave his share. The boy was very happy. The teachers appreciated the sharing spirit of the students. It was Christmas after all, a time of giving and sharing. The stork. Many animals and birds had come to see the baby Jesus in the stable. Some animals knelt humbly beside the infant. Among them was a long-legged stork with white feathers. He was moved by the sight of the baby Jesus lying in the straw with no pillow to rest his head. The bird had nothing to offer, but his true empathy for Jesus made him give the ultimate gift to him. He pulled feathers from his plumage and gave them to the baby to be used as a pillow. This was the best pillow that the baby could ask for. Infant Jesus smiled with overwhelming gratitude and blessed the stork with undying glory. Even today, Storks are a symbol of birth and are considered indispensable to baby showers. If one spots a stork flying or on the roof of a house, it is considered lucky, as it is thought as the patron of babies. The beggar. Once there was a church in a village. The father was a good soul. He gave good sermons. He told the people about the ways of reaching God. Anne visited the church quite often. She often spoke to the father for long hours. She discussed various religious matters. On Christmas Eve, Anne told the father, "I pray regularly to God. Also, I do a lot of charity. I show people the right path." One day, the father decided to test her. He asked the beggar to seek alms from Anne. So, the beggar asked Anne for some food. But she did not bother and entered the church. The beggar followed her and begged again. Anne got irritated and asked the beggar to leave her alone. She told him to get out of the church. Now, the father came out and said, "Anne, you can never reach God if you are cruel to others." Anne was ashamed of herself. Wonderful gifts. Christmas was approaching. There was snow everywhere. The houses were filled with Christmas spirit and decorations. The air was filled with a rich aroma of Christmas eateries. A little boy anxiously waiting for his Christmas gift. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The boy excitedly ran to open the door. He was surprised to see a splendid horse carriage. A man, dressed in fur from head to toe, greeted the boy. The boy asked, "Are you Santa Claus?" "No, I am not Santa. I am January. And I have gifts for you." January pulled out several gifts from his bag. He handed them over to the boy. The boy was extremely happy. He thanked January happily. January thought, "Well, I have begun this new year happily." He continued his journey further on. Meanwhile, the boy ran inside screaming, "I have my gifts!" He excitedly showed his family the wonderful gifts. The pheasant's feather. Janice asked her father to help her make a Christmas gift for her mother. "Why don't we make a collage of things like pine cones, seeds, acorns, feathers, and leaves? You know how much your mother loves nature. I have a box full of these." He emptied the box, which had acorns, pine cones, and seeds. "What's that?" Janice asked, pointing to a few long, brownish red feathers. Her father remembered. "It is of a pheasant whom I had freed. It was all caught up in some netting. I I cut the netting off. I'll never forget the look in that bird's eyes when it felt the string being taken off. It flew into the air. I felt happy because I'd saved its life. Janice's father had tears in his eyes. Lucky pheasant. Can I have one of them to keep? That night her father saw the pheasant's feather lying on Janice's pillow next to her face. The Christmas rose. Everybody was coming to see his new savior. Each of them bought him all kinds of gifts. A shepherdess, being poor, had nothing to offer to the child. She started weeping. Earlier, she had searched for flowers but found nothing in the snow. An angel was watching over her and knew about her unsuccessful search. He took pity on her. He decided to help her with a little miracle. He gently brushed aside the snow at her feet and where her tears had fallen, produced a beautiful cluster of waxen white winter roses with pink-tipped petals. Then he softly whispered into the shepherdess' ear that the Christmas roses were far more valuable than any gift, for they were pure and made of love. The shepherdess joyfully gathered the flowers and offered them to the Holy Infant. Thus, the Christmas rose came to be a symbol of hope, love, and all that is wonderful in this season. God's surprise. Once there was a family which was so poor that they could not afford a Christmas tree. They decorated a dead branch with the pieces of paper tied with string. The children asked Mom and Dad about what presents they might get under their tree. But there was no presents. Mom told the children, "Ask God to send us what He wants us to have." And they did pray. On Christmas Eve, the children watched for visitors, but none came. Then, late night, someone came with bags. It was the church priest. He had not been able to get the poor family off his mind. Later, he went around town asking for contributions to the poor family. He filled his car with bags of groceries and gifts and gave them to the poor family. The family was very happy. God had heard their prayers. The priest had been sent by God. The two brothers. Once, two brothers were excited to see what gifts were there under the Christmas tree. They got the opportunity when their parents went out of the house. They planned to open all the gifts and then rewrap them before their return. They made a pact never to tell a soul. The plan was set in motion when the parents left the house. They opened the gifts, saw them, and then returned each to its chosen box and carefully rewrapped every item. They were very happy with their adventure. However, when Christmas morning arrived, They gathered around the tree and began opening the gifts, trying to act surprised. But after the parents had gone to sleep, one brother said, "Though we fooled Mom and Dad, yet the occasion was not so exciting as it would have been if we had not seen the Christmas gifts." His brother sighed and nodded his head in agreement. The Kind Girl. There lived a little girl who had no one to support her. She had lost her parents. On Christmas Eve, she only had some bread to eat. As she was walking on the road, a poor man asked her for food. The girl gave him her bread. A little ahead, she found an old woman shivering with cold. The girl gave away her shawl. Further on, she saw a sick girl. She gave away her mittens. Then, she saw a boy shivering with cold. She pitied the poor boy and gave him her muffler. Now, the girl herself started shivering. Suddenly, there were new clothes on her body. God had been looking at the kind-hearted little girl. There was a shower of gold coins from the sky as well. The girl cried with joy and thanked God for looking over her. She celebrated Christmas in a big way by inviting the poor to her house. Peter rewarded. Peter was a very nice boy. He had only one desire. He wanted to have a bicycle of his own. But his father was not rich enough to afford the bicycle. On Christmas Eve, Peter was on his way to the market. He saw a boy on a bicycle. As the boy was turning a corner, the cycle skidded on a puddle of water. The poor boy fell. He started crying. Peter immediately ran towards him. He helped him to get up. The boy was badly injured. Peter first took him to a doctor. The doctor applied dressing to the wound. After the boy was feeling all right, Peter helped him to reach his house. The boy belonged to a rich family. The family was very grateful to Peter. They wanted to reward Peter. They gladly presented the bicycle to Peter, who had no words to say. It was the happiest day for him. The prayer. There was an intelligent boy named John. He was very sad as his mother was unwell and too during Christmas time. He loved her dearly. John wanted her to improve soon. He recalled a story his mother had told him. In that story, a little boy had scraped the rust from the church bell so that his mother might recover from an illness. John decided that he would do the same, hoping his mother would get well. John went to the church early in the morning. He climbed up the bell tower He was very scared, but scraped the rust from the bell. Then he came down. He sat there crying. The pastor found him in his condition. He found out why John was unhappy. Together, they prayed for John's mother. His mother improved a lot by the time John reached home. The Three Lamps. Once, there was an old lamp in the church. It was decided that on Christmas Eve, he would be replaced by a new one. On his last night, 3 contenders who wished to take his place came to the old lamp. The first one could emit light in the darkness. The second shone in the dark. The third gave bright light. The old lamp said that none of them could take his place. All 3 of them felt insulted and left. They did not hear what he had to say. The next day, a modern old lamp replaced the lamp. When the 3 candidates saw the old lamp being carried away, they realized their mistake. They went to the old lamp and said, "It was already decided who would replace you. We should not have spoken without knowing the whole truth. We are very sorry." The old lamp pardoned them. Winter season. Once upon a time, a little boy and a girl lived with their parents on the mountains. The boy and the girl played in the snow during winters. On Christmas Eve, their father made a snowman for them. The snowman was very big. His eyes were made of buttons. The nose was made of wood. The father put his old hat on his head, and an old muffler was put around his neck. Now the children played around the snowman every day. It seemed to be smiling at them. After some time, the season changed to summer. The sun shone bright in the sky and the snowman melted. The children were very sad. Their father said, "Nature keeps changing. We should learn to enjoy all its beautiful seasons. Winter will come again and we will make another snowman." The children understood this. They enjoyed all the other seasons as much as winter. Special Christmas. Once upon a time, a mariner was far away from home. It was winter and it snowed heavily. On Christmas Eve, he missed his family. He kept worrying about his family's health. Suddenly, he saw a bright flash of light. An angel appeared before him. She smiled at him, and he saw his sweet wife and mother at home busy with Christmas decorations. They looked content and healthy. Then the vision faded. The angel also disappeared. The mariner smiled and went off to sleep. In his home, His mother and wife also saw a light through the kitchen window. There stood an angel. Then they saw a picture. It was the mariner, sleeping and smiling as if dreaming. A letter was kept near his pillow. The next day, the wife received his letter. The angel had brought the family close. For them, the Christmas Eve had turned out to be very special. The three sisters. Once there were three sisters named Beth, Dina, and Jenny respectively. Beth was the oldest. She was very wise and mature for her age. She always knew what was best for her and for others. She took loving care of her sisters. Now, Christmas was around the corner. The three sisters wanted to give something to their mother for Christmas. What should we give mother? Asked Dina. Beth kept thinking. She did not say anything. She was in deep thought. Lola asked, Beth, what do you think? What should we give her? Beth said, I think mother once said she needed a new sewing machine. So the girls broke their piggy banks and bought a new sewing machine for their mother. Beth had its gift wrapped too and tied a ribbon around it. When they gave the gift to their mother, she had tears of happiness in her eyes. She was very proud of her daughters. First snow. It was winter time, so there was snow everywhere. The birds and the beasts were excited, for Christmas was on the way. But there was someone who had never seen snow before. It was a 5-month-old dear Dab. He had hardly seen the world. It seemed there was a white carpet everywhere. He ran inside to mother and cried, I cannot go out because there is a big white carpet over all the fields. Mother laughed and said, It is just snow. Do not be afraid. Dab said, Can't you come with me? Mother said, I have to work in the house. Ask your friend. So Dab put on his woolly coat, scarf, and shoes. Then he went to his friend's house. Both had a wonderful time in the snow. First, they had great fun with a snowball fight. Then, they built a snowman. It was very big. The snow did not frighten Dab anymore. Grandmother gets well. Once there lived a family of father, mother, and a daughter, Dora. It was Christmas Eve, but they were very sad. Dora's grandmother was not well, so they decided to visit her. Dora baked a lovely cake for her. While Dora was not looking, an angel appeared. She sprinkled something on the cake and disappeared. Soon, the family was on its way to see grandmother. An hour later, they reached the house. Grandmother was very happy to see them. She was lying in bed. Dora opened the cake box and cut the cake. She served the cake to everyone. Now, everyone found the cake very tasty. But for grandmother, it was like medicine. As soon as she ate it, she felt well and good. She got up from bed. The family was surprised, but it was time to celebrate. They all went to the church to thank God. The missing doll. Kathy received a beautiful doll on Christmas. It became her favorite toy among so many toys she had. Kathy took it wherever she went. One day, Kathy was playing outside with her friends. She showed off her doll to everyone. After a while, they made a wonderful snowman. Then, they went on their sledges, throwing snowballs and making slides. Later, they all went home. Now, Kathy realized that a doll was missing. Where did she keep it? She could not remember. She became worried. Everyone looked for the doll. They searched high and low. Not a corner was left. Then they went outside. Suddenly, Father found the doll. It was resting peacefully in the arms of the snowman. Kathy remembered having kept the doll there while they were playing with the snowman. What a relief it was! It seemed that the snowman too heaved a sigh of relief. Baking on Christmas. It was Christmas Eve. Nona and her friend, Kylie, had finished decorating the Christmas tree. Having nothing else to do, they started playing together. After a while, Nona exclaimed, "We've been playing with our dolls for over an hour. Now, I want to do something different." "I do too," said Kaylee. "Let's bake something," said Nona. "That sounds like fun," said Kaylee. "Did I hear you say that you wanted to bake something?" asked Nona's mother. "Yes," said Nona. "Well," said Mother, "I am going to bake some cupcakes. I am sure you could help me." "We would love to help you," said Kaylee. Soon, the three were baking cupcakes. Such a fun time they had. After a while, the cupcakes were ready. Mother put some sprinklers on them. Kaylee got more adventurous. She decided to make cookies. Mother told her the recipe, and the two friends made cookies. It was so much fun. Christmas Spider. A woman was cleaning her house for Christmas. All the spiders fled to escape the broom. On Christmas Eve, the spiders slowly crept down. Oh, what a sight they saw! A beautiful Christmas tree. In their excitement, they darted up the trunk and out along each branch. By the time they had finished climbing, the tree was completely covered with spiders' webs. When Santa Claus came with the gifts, he saw the tree. He smiled to see how happy the spiders were. But he knew how bad the woman would feel if she saw the tree covered with dusty webs. So, he turned the spiders' webs to silver and gold. Now, the Christmas tree sparkled and glistened even more. It was even more beautiful than before. This is why we have tinsel on Christmas trees, and every tree should have a Christmas spider in its branches. A father's gifts. Once, a father had no money. He felt miserable about this. Christmas was coming and he wanted to be able to buy his children something special. He started thinking about what he could give his children. He remembered about a horse that he had as a child. It was a wooden rocking horse. His father had built it for him with his own hands. "This is what I am going to do," said the father to himself. "I am going to build 2 wooden rocking horses, one for each of my children." So, he went to work right away and built each of his child a wooden rocking horse. Christmas morning came. Sister and brother were ecstatic to receive their wooden rocking horses. They knew just by looking at them that their own father had built them with his own hands. That made their Christmas gifts more special than ever. The postman. Christmas was almost there. Mr. Bean, the postman, was very busy delivering letters. On top of that, it was so cold. But he always wore a smile on his face. One day, as he was walking on the icy pavement, he slipped and fell. The doctor admitted him in the hospital as his leg was broken. The doctor said, "You will have to be on rest." So, Mr. Bean had to stay in the hospital. He missed his work. But he was in for a surprise. When everyone heard about his accident, they all wrote him a get-well letter. Mr. Bean got very emotional when he read the letters. He realized how much he was loved. When he recovered, he went home happily. The next day, when he went to work, he was told that all the letters had been delivered. His well-wishers had helped him. That was the Christmas spirit. The drawing. Mary said, I am bored. Why don't you draw a picture? Suggested Mom. Of what? Asked Mary. Why don't you draw a picture of a snowman? Said Mom. So, Mary started drawing. First, she drew 3 balls, one on top of the other. Then she started drawing 2 blue eyes when a strange but magical thing happened. The 2 eyes winked at her. Exclaimed Mary, I must be seeing things. She then drew a mouth. Again, a strange but magical thing happened. This time, the lips twitched. Mary said to herself, Drawings can't move. Not any old drawing, but a magical one can. Merry Christmas. Someone said. Who said that? Asked Mary. The voice said, I am the snowman you drew. You were bored today, and I decided that I would cheer you up. From that day on, whenever Mary was bored, she pulled out her drawing of the snowman, and that would brighten her day. The Christmas at the barn. Jason got 2 Christmas trees by mistake. He wondered as to what he would do with them. Then he had an idea. His parents smiled as he explained his plan. That night, Father placed 1 tree in the barn. Christmas morning came. Jason went to the barn. He tied a paper bag of oats to one of the branches of the tree for his horse. Then he made up several bundles of hay and tied those on the next side of the tree for the cow. Next, he tied a bone to another branch of the tree for his dog. Under the tree, he placed a bowl of milk for Kitty. And before long, each animal had been led to its own Christmas breakfast. It was indeed funny to see them all happy and eating and drinking with such an appetite. And what a noise there was! It sounded as if they were saying, Merry Christmas to all. The Ugly Tree. Once, a big forest had many trees. They were trees like the fir, pine, and several others. They were all happy as Christmas was near. But there was also a crooked tree in the forest. He was ugly and had grown very old. The other trees did not like him. They made fun of him and said, You spoil the beauty of the entire forest. All the other trees are lovely, but you are extremely ugly. The crooked tree felt hurt, but did not say anything. One day, the queen sent her man in the forest to gather wood to make furniture for the palace. The men cut all the trees for wood. When they came to the crooked tree, they thought, This tree is not good for furniture. Let us leave it. The crooked tree was relieved. He thanked God for his ugly looks as it saved his life. Brave Daisy. Daisy lived with her parents on the farm. Daisy's parents had always taught her to help others. During the Christmas holidays, Daisy's small cousin came to stay with them. One day, Daisy's mother went to the market and left the cousin in Daisy's care. Soon, the cousin fell asleep. Daisy went outside to water the plants. Suddenly, she noticed smoke coming out from the room where her cousin was sleeping. She ran inside. She saw that the carpet had caught fire from the fireplace. Her cousin was sitting scared on the bed and crying. Daisy got scared herself. She wanted to run and save herself. But then she was reminded of her mother's words. One must always help others. She put blankets on the fire to extinguish it. Then she picked her cousin up and ran out. Everyone praised her for quick thinking and bravery. She had saved her cousin's life. Funny Christmas. Once, a family was celebrating Christmas. Mom had the place decorated. Dad had put up the tree. After a huge dinner, the family gathered around the tree as Dad played Santa. All was going well when he spotted a present under the tree. There was only one way to retrieve it: if he could get on his stomach and grab it. Dad crawled underneath the tree. He grabbed the gift. But as he was coming out with gift in hand, he shook the tree. Within minutes, the whole tree came crashing down on top of him. Ornaments flying in all directions. Everyone who had gathered for the occasion was literally screaming with laughter and rolling on the floor. Finally, one of his sons came to his rescue. He lifted the tree. Dad got up all embarrassed. Then he too started laughing. It was the funniest Christmas for the family. The Promise. Once upon a time, there was a fisherman. He never helped anybody in need, for he was very self-centered and haughty. One day, while he was fishing, a storm broke out. His boat was caught in the waves. He tried his best to sail his boat towards the shore, but it was hopeless. Soon, his boat began to fill with water. The fisherman got scared. He did not know what to do. Then he prayed to God, "Please save my life. From now on, I shall help everyone who is in need." Soon, the storm calmed down. The fisherman reached the shore. He was a different man now. He gave a helping hand to anyone who needed his help. He became a religious man. He was thankful that at the time he needed help the most, God had helped him. he kept his part of the promise to God. Being good. It was Christmas Eve. There was hustle and bustle in the Johnsons' house. Everyone was busy doing something or the other. The Johnson family had put up a big Christmas tree in the living room. It was decorated with fir and pine cones and many other things. There was a beautiful star on the top too. The tree sparkled when it was lighted up. In the evening, the Johnson family enjoyed a delicious 6-course dinner. Grace and Bella helped their mother clean up after dinner. Then they hung up their stockings. They went to bed hoping Santa would leave presents for them. Grace and Bella's parents knew that they had been good children all year. After the girls were asleep, they put big presents under the Christmas tree for them. In the morning, Grace and Bella were very happy. They loved the gifts. They decided to be good children next year too. Christmas Robin. Cold breeze blew continuously into the stable where Mother Mary lay with the baby Jesus. The fire in the stable was about to go off. Mother Mary asked the animals in the stable to help, but they were either of no use or just refused to help. But a robin had heard Mother Mary's cry for help. It flapped its wing hard at the dying embers of fire until the fire was rekindled. To ensure that the fire stayed alive, the robin used its beak and dropped some dry sticks in the fire. This caused the fire to rise abruptly, and it burned the breast of the robin. Despite the burns, the robin continued fanning. Mother Mary heartily thanked the robin for its efforts. She tenderly looked at its breast that was now red with burns. She blessed it for its bravery and selflessness. Thus, it came to be known as the Christmas Robin. The parrots. It was winter time. There was a Christmas feel in the air. Some parrots were sitting together. One parrot said to another, "Let us eat as much as we can today, for it seems that it is going to snow hard. Then we will not be able to find anything to eat." All the parrots agreed to what the parrot said. Suddenly, one of them said, "We can go to the farm. At least we will get to eat something." But another parrot cried, "No, we will not go there. The farmer was angry with us when we went there the last time." The other parrots were in confusion. Half wished to go there and half did not. Finally, they decided to go to the farm. They were in for a surprise when they reached the farm. The farmer did not say anything and gave them food to eat. He shouted, Merry Christmas! The kind children. Once, two kids were sitting by the fire. Suddenly, someone knocked at the door. On opening it, they saw a scantily dressed child with bare feet. He demanded to come in and warm himself. "Yes, come," cried both the children. They shared their supper and bed with him. Suddenly, at night, the child stood before them. He no longer wore rags, but was clad in silvery light. He said, "I was cold, and you took me in. I was hungry, and you fed me. I was tired, and you gave me your bed. I am the Christ child. I bring happiness to all good children. As you have given to me, so may this tree every year give rich fruit to you." He broke a branch from a fir tree and planted it. Then he disappeared. The branch grew into a tree. Every year, it bore wonderful golden fruit for the kind children. The key. Once upon a time, a girl, Tina, was looking around for a book as she had misplaced it. Suddenly, she saw a key under a cupboard. She wondered as to which lock it belonged to. She asked her sister, but she did not know. They tried to open the storeroom, but it did not open. They tried to open their mother's cupboard with it. The cupboard was full of goodies to eat, and the children were feeling hungry. But to their disappointment, it did not open the cupboard. Finally, Tina said, "There is only a little cubby hole under the stairs. Let us try to open it." To their joy, the lock opened easily. They were surprised to find Christmas decorations there. "Let us put them up and give Mother a surprise," cried Tina. So, the children had a fun time putting up the decorations. The Christmas tree looked very beautiful indeed. The wild flowers. The Clark family was celebrating Christmas. Father had given presents to everyone. Rose had also given her gifts. Bella was worried. She had not given presents to anyone. This was because Bella had used up all her pocket money. She wondered as to what to give. She went outside to look for something to give her family. She kept walking and walking till she came to a field. There, she saw many wild flowers. Her mind clicked. She plucked the flowers and ran back home. She went to her father, mother, and sister who were sitting in the living room. She said, "Merry Christmas to everyone. I am sorry I could not give you gifts as I had spent all my pocket money." Then she gave the flowers to each of them. Mother smiled and asked, "As long as there is love, We do not need any gifts. After all, Christmas is all about love and care. The lesson. Once upon a time, there was a young boy who lived with his parents. He did not like going to the church, though his parents tried their best to convince him to go. One day, his father said, "If you do not come to the church with us, Christ will not listen to your prayers." The boy said, "Tell me about Christ." Father replied, "Jesus Christ is our God. He came on the earth to teach mankind to love one another and live in harmony. Many people became jealous of his growing popularity and cruelly killed him. He was hung on a cross with nails." The boy had tears in his eyes. Father further said, "We must always remember what he preached. He lived accordingly. This is the reason I insist that you should go to the church." The boy finally understood. He started going to the church. His parents were very happy. The bell. Once there lived a boy in the town. Nearby his house was a church. It had a huge bell on its rooftop. The sound of the bell was music to the ears of everyone in the town. The boy and his friends played near the bell every day. They loved hearing the bell ring. One day, the cord of the bell broke. As a result, the bell fell. The residents felt that the boys were responsible for this mishap as they were playing there. There was sadness everywhere as nobody could hear the bell. The boys decided to buy a new rope and tie the bell again. They went to every home in the village and collected money. They collected enough money to buy the bell. They bought a new rope and tied the bell to the roof again. The people gathered near the church on hearing the sound. They expressed thanks to the boys. The candle. One day, a little wax candle was very thrilled. Its master had searched the little candle and its family to light up the Christmas feast table. It was the first feast of the little candle. The father candle told him that they should shine radiantly. The duty of the candle was to give its best light for the feast. The whole family was adorned and set upon silver candlesticks. The daughter of the house came swaying into the kitchen. The candles had been placed there. The little girl was excited about staying up late that night. She wanted to wear a new dress for the feast. She danced about happily. In the evening, the tiny candle was shining and gave out a bright glow. The daughter came wearing her new dress. Her eyes shone as lusciously as many candles. It was a day to remember for the candles, as it was its first feast. Christmas fun. Two sisters, Lily and Sarah, were adorning the Christmas tree in their living room. Lily said, "Have you made a wish for Christmas?" "I have, but I won't tell you. It is a secret," Sarah said. The girls were too excited that Christmas was almost there. When they put up all the decorations on the tree, Lily said, "Let us wrap the gifts we have brought for our friends." So, they wrapped up the gifts with wonderful wrappers and strings, wishing them a Merry Christmas. Then Sarah said, "Lily, now I am wrapping one for you. But you have to wait until Christmas to open it. I'll make one for you too. You will be surprised when you see it," said Lily. Smiling, the two girls finished their wrapping and went to bed. Both were excited and could not sleep. They realized that the true spirit of Christmas is sharing and caring. The Guardian Angel. Once upon a time, a woman was expecting a child. She had come to her parents' home to spend Christmas. They had a warm and beautiful Christmas celebration. Her husband had passed away in an accident. The woman had come home for a much-needed rest. One day after Christmas, her parents were not at home. As she was coming down the stairs, she tripped. She was about to fall. Suddenly, she felt two large but gentle hands help her gain balance. She was shocked. As she looked up, she saw an angel smiling at her. The woman was dazzled by his white light. The angel said, "You are a true believer of God. That is why I was sent to help you. You will have a wonderful child." Then the angel went away. The woman was very religious. She was certain that her guardian angel had helped her. The Lucky Tree. Long, long ago, there was a forest. In that forest was a pretty little fir tree. Apart from the fir tree, there were pine trees too. The fir tree wanted to be taller than the pine trees. After a few years, the fir tree was tall. One day, some woodcutters came to cut down all the old trees. The fir tree was scared. The tree was also curious to know as to what would become of the wood. Then, one day, the fir tree was cut and taken into a big house. It was decorated with many attractive things. The children danced around it before opening their presents. A cheerful man then told them the story of Christ. It was the happiest evening in the life of the tree. The tree felt blessed that it was a part of such a big event. It felt lucky that that it had been chosen to become a Christmas tree. Poinsettia flowers. Once there was a poor brother and sister named Myra and Pablo respectively. As Christmas approached, a large manger scene was set up in the village church. All the children were eager to see the baby Jesus and give him the best present. On Christmas Eve, Maria and Pablo set out for church a little earlier than others. Since they had nothing to give to the child, they thought of plucking some weeds to make a soft bed for the baby Jesus and decorate his crib. While they were still decorating the crib, other children arrived. They made fun of the siblings. Maria and Pablo were almost in tears when a miracle occurred. Suddenly, the weeds burst into bright red petals that looked like stars. They were very beautiful. People realized that a gift of love is deeper to Jesus than the most expensive presents. Since then, poinsettia flowers have become a favorite for Christmas decorations. Good deed for Christmas. Once there was a very kind girl. She loved to help anyone in need. Christmas was on the way. One day, she found some birds trying to find food and water in the chilly weather. The girl felt bad for the birds. She wanted to help them. Thus, she got down to make a bird feeder. First, she put some glue on a plastic bottle. Then, she put some moss on it and let it dry. After that, she put seeds in the bottle. Then, she tied the bottle with its neck facing downwards on a tree. Her bird feeder was ready. The girl went inside her house and watched the bird feeder from there. Soon, many birds came near the feeder. They happily ate the seeds from the feeder. The girl had also kept water near the feeder. It was a wonderful sight to see. The girl had done her good deed for Christmas. The help. It was Christmas Eve. Peggy was going to the church. She was excited. She decided to go through the woods. There was snow everywhere. The trees were capped with snow. It was a wonderful sight. Peggy reached the church. She prayed to the Lord and then decided to go home. She took the same route. Peggy loved the smell of the trees and the flowers. But now it had become dark. Soon she realized that she had lost her way. Peggy got frightened. She started crying. Suddenly, Peggy saw a light in front of her. Then she saw a man standing there. He said, "It seems you have lost your way, little girl. Come, I will take you back home." The man was plump and had twinkling eyes. Peggy was not scared of him. Without telling him the way, the man dropped her home. While going, he shouted, "Ho, ho! Merry Christmas!" It was Santa. The garden. Christmas was around the corner. There lived an old man, Mr. Green, in a village. He had worked hard and made a beautiful garden. One day, he felt sick. He was worried as to what would happen to his garden. A few children observed this. They felt sorry for Mr. Green. Della said, "Poor Mr. Green, I feel sorry for him." Jack said, "I remember that he had once helped me in my school project. Why don't we help him by taking care of his garden?" Everyone agreed to this. So, all of them got down to work in the garden. After a few hours, they finished their work. Then they rang Mr. Green's bell. When Mr. Green opened the door, the children took him to the garden. Mr. Green was indeed surprised and happy to see his garden. The children cried, "Merry Christmas, Mr. Green!" Mr. Green was overwhelmed with this gesture. The miracle. Once, a poor woodcutter was going home. He had cut a tree for Christmas. Suddenly, he got caught in a bad storm. He prayed to God to help him. Suddenly, the cart came to rest. In front of him stood an angel. The angel said, "You were saved because you are a good, kind man. Thank God again, and you will reach home safely." The woodcutter thanked God and reached home safely. But he was in for a surprise when he reached home. His home was well decorated. Inside the house was a Christmas tree as well. His wife and children were dressed in rich clothes. There were lots of goodies to eat. There were many gifts too. The woodcutter told his family about his adventure. They all thanked God for his help. Since then, the woodcutter and his family lived a happy life. It was indeed a Christmas miracle. The special cake. Snow was everywhere. It was Christmas time again. There was excitement everywhere. There was hustle and bustle in the Bell's household. Father brought in the Christmas tree. The children were highly excited. After all, Christmas time was a time to celebrate. They put up the lights. They decorated the tree with lovely articles. There was something which the children always enjoyed very much. On the Christmas Eve, they all wore caps and danced merrily. Father and mother gave special presents to the children. But they too had a surprise in store for them. For when they had given their presents to the children, they got gifts too. The finest part was the Christmas cake. It had been specially ordered by the children. It was in the shape of a home and had a photograph of the whole family in front. The parents loved it immensely. They shouted, "Merry Christmas, children!" Fun Christmas. Donna was looking out of the window on Christmas. It was nice to see the snow falling. She said to Bert, "Look out of the window." Bert was nice and comfortable in his chair, wrapped up in his nice warm blanket. He didn't feel like getting up. "I don't want to get up right now," said Fawn. "I am nice and warm and comfortable." But Donna insisted. So Bert got up and took a look. He had to admit that it was beautiful outside. The ground was covered in snow and big flakes were falling from the sky. Bert said, "It does look so beautiful out there. Let us go and build a snowman." So Donna and Bert went outside and they played in the fresh white snow. Then they had a lot of fun building the snowman. The fun ended with chocolate and marshmallows. What a fantastic way to spend Christmas! The Bird House. It was winter time. The feel of Christmas was in the air. Lillian had a post box at her gate. She used to check it every day for post. One day, as she was taking out the post, she saw some birds huddled inside the box. Lillian was delighted to see the birds. She exclaimed, "It seems some birds are taking shelter in here. Poor things have nowhere to go in this freezing weather." Then Lillian thought, "What should I do? I should not disturb them." She thought hard. Then an idea struck her. She went to the garage and took out an old box. She decided to use it as a birdhouse. Then she went to the post box. She opened the door for the birds to come and go in the old box. Then she wrote a note on the box saying, "This is a birdhouse. Keep away." She wished the birds Merry Christmas. Simon and Anna. 40 days after the birth of Jesus, Joseph and Mary took him to the temple of the Lord in Jerusalem. There, they met a man named Simon. He was a devotee of God. He anxiously awaited the coming of the Messiah. The day the baby Jesus was brought to the temple, Simon too felt inspired to go to the temple. When he saw the child, he took Jesus in his arms and said, "Lord, let your servant go in peace, for I have seen salvation." Joseph and Mary were amazed. Then he told Mary. The child will be the cause of salvation or ruin of many people of Israel. And you, Mary, a sword will pierce your soul. With these mysterious words, Simon left. Now in the temple lived a widow, great in age. Her name was Anna. She too, like Simon, praised the Lord on seeing the child. Santa as helper. One day, Steve said to Grandma, "There is no Santa." Grandma replied, Put your coat on." She took Steve to a store and handed him $10. She said, "Buy something for someone who needs it." Steve thought of buying a coat for his classmate Hans. Later, Grandma gift wrapped the coat and wrote, "To Hans from Santa Claus." Grandma said that Santa always insisted on secrecy. Then they went to Hans's house. Steve dashed for his front door, threw the gift down on his step, and pounded his doorbell twice. Then they waited in the darkness for the front door to open. Finally, it did, and there stood Hans. He picked the gift and went inside. There was a smile on his face. At home, it dawned on Steve that there was Santa, and he was one of his helpers. Grateful Dan. Once, a boy named Dan lived with his parents. One snowy night, Dan's father had gone out of town. His mother fell ill. Dan at once ran to bring the doctor, who lived in the foothills. While running, he fell and hurt his head on a stone. He fainted beside a tree. Suddenly, an angel appeared there. He lifted Dan and took him home. Then he touched Dan's mother and cured her. Then the angel left. Dan opened his eyes. He was shocked to see himself at home. He could not believe his eyes. When he saw his mother, he was more surprised, for she was busy in the kitchen cooking food. Dan had no idea as to how he reached home. Suddenly, he saw something written on his wall. "Merry Christmas. God is with you." Dan realized that it was a miracle. God had sent help. He immediately knelt and thanked God. Laura's gift. It was Christmas Eve. Everyone was excited. Santa's sleigh with the reindeers was ready to deliver toys to the kids. The elves waved goodbye to Santa, and the reindeers as they began their trip to deliver toys. As the elves went back to their workshop, one of them, Kit, saw a doll on the floor. Kit realized that it was the gift for little Laura. Kit quickly called Santa and told him about the doll. "Laura will be heartbroken if she does not get the doll," said Santa. "Why don't you meet me at my next stop and bring Laura's doll?" So Kit took off his flying reindeer with the doll to meet Santa's sleigh. He spotted Santa's sleigh on a house rooftop delivering toys. He delivered the doll to Santa Claus. "Ho, ho, ho!" Santa laughed. "Laura will be very happy." "Thank you, Kit." And indeed, Laura was overjoyed. God Sends Fairy. A poor girl named Stella lived with her mother. Stella helped her mother by taking the clothes off the clothesline, laying the table, and cleaning her room. One day, Stella's mother fell very ill. Stella heated up some milk and helped her mother drink it. But sadly, there was nothing else in the house for Stella to eat or drink, so she slept hungry. The next day, it was Christmas. Stella went to the church and prayed, "Jesus, please make my mother feel better. Please send your fairy to save my mother." That night, as Stella and her mother slept, God sent his special fairy to bless them. The next morning, Stella saw that her mother was well and healthy. She also found a box full of gold coins on the kitchen table. Now, Stella knew that God had really sent a fairy for her help. She thanked God and also told her mother everything. The singer Pip had a beautiful voice. He was training with a master who encouraged him a lot. Sadly, the master fell ill and died. Pip was heartbroken and stopped singing. Everybody encouraged him to sing, but Pip could not sing. Many months passed. On Christmas, Pip was sitting in his house. Suddenly, a bird started singing. Pip was amazed as the bird sang the tune of his master's favorite song. The bird flew away, and Pip followed it. It reached the garden where Pip and his master practiced. Then the bird turned into an angel. He said, "God loves you and has sent me to tell you not to stop singing." A strange feeling came over Pip. He felt as if his master was there with him and urging him to sing. Pip started singing. From that day onwards, he worked hard, improving on his singing. Pip became a successful singer. Saved by the Snowman. Once there was a family. There was a lot of excitement in the house as it was Christmas. The children made a beautiful snowman who stood facing the house. The children played around him all day. When it became dark, the children went inside the house. The snowman looked through the windows of the house. The Christmas tree was beautifully decorated with lights. However, upon looking closely, the snowman saw that the curtains in the room had caught fire. The snowman could not stop himself. He had to help. He rushed towards the main door. He used the rag to push the bell, and it rang loudly, waking everyone up. The children's parents woke up and saw the fire. The father at once put out the fire. They were all saved, but wondered as to who rang the bell. Sadly, the snowman had melted. But when it snowed again, the children made the snowman again. The old couple. Once there was an old couple. The old man was in poor health, so the woman made cupcakes and sold them in the village market. One day, the woman made the cakes and left for the market as usual. On the way, she stumbled and fell. Her knees got hurt. She could not get up. She cried out in pain. Suddenly, a fairy flying above heard her. She came down and helped the old woman to stand up. Dusting off the dirt from the woman, the fairy touched the woman's wounds, and they were healed at once. The woman was very thankful. She had nothing but her cakes to give in appreciation. So, she gave the fairy some cakes. The old woman invited the fairy to come home for Christmas. So, on Christmas, the fairy visited the woman's house. But she came with many fairies. They healed the old man as well. The complaining woman. Once, a poor woman lived alone in a village. The people in the village tried to help her, but she always chased them all away with a stick. She would spend all her time complaining about her life. On Christmas, the woman felt sick. As she lay in bed, she again started complaining. I wish I would die. Suddenly, the woman saw a bright light and heard the voice of an angel. I am here to take you to a giant. He would love to have you for his lunch. Now the woman got scared. She said, Oh no, please spare my life. Please do not kill me. I do not want to die. The fairy laughed and said, Learn to love your life. Stop complaining. You will realize its value only when it is gone. Oh yes, I will never complain again, cried the woman. She had learned her lesson. Good memories. Once, a little girl fell sick on Christmas. She cried, thinking that she was missing out on so many good things by being ill. Her mother gave her a cup of tea made from elder tree blossoms. Suddenly, The blossoms in the teapot turned into a beautiful angel dressed in green leaves and white flowers. The angel told the girl about an old couple who wanted to celebrate their golden wedding anniversary, but had forgotten the date. Soon the girl and the angel were in a beautiful garden with golden flowers. An old man and an old woman were getting married there. The angel said, "This is the old couple. Today is their golden wedding anniversary. They do not remember the date, but they remember the happy times. Good memories are more important than dates." When the girl opened her eyes, she was back in her house. Then on, she was always cheerful. She wished everyone Merry Christmas happily. Beautiful candles. Mrs. Webb lived all alone. She made special candles and sold them. But with age, Mrs. Webb's eyes became weak. She could no longer make candles. Soon, she spent all her money. There was no money left to buy food. One night, just before Mrs. Webb was going to sleep, she heard a noise in the candle room. Curious, she opened the door softly. She was amazed. Mrs. Webb saw many fairy mothers and their fairy children in the candle room. The fairy children were playing with the loose wax and were shaping it into beautiful candles. Once the candles were made, the fairy mothers sprinkled the candles with real stardust and colors from the sun. Mrs. Webb thanked God for helping her by sending the fairies. She remembered having prayed to God for help on Christmas Eve. Now, every night, the fairies made lovely candles for Mrs. Webb. She became very rich. Jim's dream. Jim was a little boy who lived with his parents. Jim dearly loved his grandmother, but she lived in a far-away town. Christmas was near. He wanted his grandmother to be with him. That night, Jim had a dream. He saw that grandmother had fallen ill while traveling. He woke up and prayed to God to take care of her. Early next day, grandmother boarded the train. As the train started moving, grandmother fell ill. Just then, a man entered her carriage. She gave her medicine and stayed with her till she reached the station. Soon, the train reached the station. Grandmother turned to thank the man, but he had already gone. She got off and went straight to Jim's house. She hugged him tight. Later, she told everyone about the man who had come to help her. Jim realized that God had sent his angel to help her. He thanked God. Meaning of Christmas. One day, a little girl was lost in thought. She was trying to find the true meaning of Christmas, but she could not. Finally, the girl went home. She saw her father sitting in his favorite rocking chair, reading the newspaper. She saw her mother in the kitchen making lunch. As soon as the girl walked in the doorway, she felt love all around her. "You know something?" said the girl to her mother, tears flowing down her face. "I searched high and low today to find the true meaning of Christmas. I think I have found it right here in my own home with you and Father. We love you with all our heart," said Mother. "I love you and Father as well," said the girl. "I do not care that you are my adopted parents. To me, you are the only parents that I have ever known. Merry Christmas, Mother." "Merry Christmas, my dear," cried Mother. Selfish Veronica. Veronica was a pretty little girl, but she was very selfish. She would not let her friends touch her fancy toys or any of her other things. Soon, Veronica's friends became fed up of her. They stopped playing with her. Veronica was very sad. She did not understand why her friends would not talk to her anymore. On Christmas Eve, she waited for her friends, but no one came. Weeping, Veronica ran and sat among the grapevines. Suddenly, one of the grapes started glowing. It turned into a beautiful angel. The angel said, "Veronica, what will you do with your toys when you do not have friends to share them with? Do not be selfish. Start sharing your things. You will be happier." Then Angel turned back into a grape. Veronica learned her lesson. She went and apologized to her friends. Veronica's friends forgave her and began playing with her again. God's messenger. Once, a boy named George decided to journey around the world to learn the lessons of life. However, he did not have pleasant experiences. People cheated him, and he came home sad, with no hope from life. On Christmas Eve, George met a man named Peter. They started talking and soon became friends. Peter read out Psalms for George and told him that God loved him a lot. Slowly, George started believing in the mercy of God. He understood that God had a good plan for everyone. We should never give up if we face problems. Quite soon, George became a happy young man again. He faced difficulties sometimes, but then he believed that God would help him through them all. Thus, he was always content. However, he could not find his friend Peter again. Then he realized that Peter was an emissary of God and had come specially to help him. The Moonlight Dance. Larry was a young boy. He played with imaginary fairies and elves. He longed to find a real fairy or elf but could not. On Christmas, Larry sat alone in his moonlight garden. The trees swayed in the gentle breeze. Slowly, Larry's eyes wandered to the flower. Suddenly, he saw tiny green lights gleaming near the flower beds. Larry became curious. He hid behind a tree and watched. He was surprised to see that the green lights were elves, glowing in the dark. The elves were talking and laughing excitedly. Larry got excited too, but stood quietly. Soon some fairies arrived and a party began. They were singing, chatting, and laughing. The elves and the fairies danced in the moonlight. When it was midnight, all of them vanished. Larry was happy to finally see real fairies and elves. It was the best Christmas for him, for his wish had come true. The Pixie. It was Christmas, but Lara was very sad. She lived in an orphanage. She had no family. She sadly looked out of the window. Just then, she saw a small pixie peeping in from the window. Lara thought that the pixie was hurt. She brought the first aid kit and bandaged her hand. The pixie thanked Lara. Later, the matron called Lara. She introduced her to a lady and her children. The matron said, "Lara, this is your aunt and these are your sisters." Lara's aunt hugged her and said, "Lara, we have been looking for you for years. Now you will live with us." Lara was very happy. She went to live with them in their house. That night, she had a fantastic Christmas party. As Lara lay down to sleep, she saw the same pixie in her window. The pixie said, "Merry Christmas." Lara smiled and thanked the pixie, for she had brought her happiness. "Why are you sad, Peter?" Peter said sadly. "I want to play with the boys in the park, but I am scared to join them." The angel took Peter there. She dropped some sparkles over the children. Suddenly, many boys came running towards Peter and invited him to join them. They all played till they were tired and had to go home. Now, every day the boys would get together and play. The boys were also very happy to have a new friend. They all liked Peter a lot. Peter was thankful to the angel for giving him so many friends. He never felt sad again. The friends. Once, a boy named Peter did not have any sisters or brothers to play with. He was very shy, and so he did not have any friends as well. On Christmas Eve, he was sitting alone sadly. Suddenly, an angel appeared before him and asked, "The farm." Two sisters went to the farm to spend their Christmas holidays. Every morning, they woke up with the crowing of cocks. They helped feed the geese, turkeys, ducks, and hens. One day, the owner of the farm was sad. He told the sisters, "Our landlord will take away our land and all our animals, for we have not paid him the dues." The girls felt bad for him. They wanted to help him. At night, they prayed to God to help. A few days later, a man came to the farm. He gave money to the owner, saying, "I had once borrowed this money from your father. I have come to return it." The owner was very happy. He paid the dues and the farm was free of debt. The sisters were very happy for the farm owner. They knew that God had sent help. They celebrated Christmas merrily and joyously. The seeds. Once there lived a poor girl. She had no family. She was very fond of flowers. She had made a small garden in her house. On Christmas, the girl was watering her plants when an elf came there. He said, "I have a Christmas gift for you." He gave her some seeds and went away. The girl thought, "I should sow them soon, so that everyone may enjoy their fruits and flowers." Thus, the girl sowed the seeds by the side of her small hut. She watered them every day and would sing to them. She watched leaves and branches grow on the plants. A few weeks later, plenty of flowers bloomed around her hut. Soon, there were fruits on the plants. As the girl went to pluck them, she saw that they had turned into little jewels. The girl was very happy. She became very rich. She opened an orphanage. Fred sees Santa. "Fred," said Mother, "go to bed. It is almost time for Santa Claus to bring your presents." "I want to stay awake," said Fred. "I want to see him." Mother gave up. Fred waited for Santa. He started feeling sleepy. So he went to the kitchen. He thought about eating Santa's cookies, but then he knew that would not be right. So he picked an apple. Then he noticed the cookies and the glass of milk on the table had gone. "Santa Claus is here," shouted Fred. He ran to the living room. He saw that the Christmas tree had loads of presents beneath it. Then he caught sight of a red suit going up the chimney. Fred ran outside. He saw 8 reindeers and Santa Claus waving to him. "Merry Christmas!" called Santa from the sleigh. "Go to bed now, Fred. Go and get some sound sleep." "I will," waved Fred. "Merry Christmas, Santa." The beggar. Once there was a beggar. On Christmas Eve, he went to the village headman's house, hoping to get money. The headman had gone to meet the king to ask for grants. When the beggar came to know about it, he thought, if the village headman is taking help from him, I should ask the king for alms. On his way, the beggar saw a large crowd outside a church. When he inquired, he found that the king was praying to God to keep his treasury full at all the time. Now, the beggar thought, God is richer than the king. I had better approach God instead. So he went before God. "God, you are the richest. Please show kindness and give me generously," said the beggar. God said, "Dear child, you should earn your living with hard work. I promise you will always have enough money." The beggar understood God's message. He stopped begging. Sick Haley. Once there lived a little girl named Haley. She had many friends. Sadly, she fell sick on Christmas. She could not go out to enjoy with her friends now. Haley did not have the energy to even get up and walk. But when her friends came to know about her illness, they came to her house. They brought beautiful gifts, flowers, and books for her. Some of them even sat at her bedside and read out stories to her. They also brought a small Christmas tree for her. Then they put up a play for her showing the birth of the baby Jesus. Haley already started feeling better. Later, they had the plum cake and other tasty treats. After a few days, she could get up and sit on her bed. Soon Haley's health improved. She thanked her friends, for it was because of their help that she got better. It is good to have friends. Christmas pie. I do not feel very well, Martha. I am lying down, said grandmother. Okay, said Martha. I will finish cleaning up the kitchen. You are such a good little girl. Thank you, said mother. Just then, her sister John came there. Where is grandmother? Asked John. She is sleeping. She was not feeling good, said Martha. But who will make the Christmas pie? Asked John. Martha said, I will. and she started making the pie. John complained the whole time Martha was making the pie. Martha put the pie into the oven. John sat and watched it. Her mouth was watering. "You did a wonderful job. That looks amazing," said grandmother when Martha took the pie out to let it cool. Once the pie had cooled, Martha sliced it up and gave a slice to John. She really loved it. "Merry Christmas," said Martha happily. Mother also enjoyed eating the delicious pie. The special gift. Grant went Christmas shopping with his mother. He was hoping that he would get a glimpse of the robot toy that he wanted so badly for Christmas. But he was deeply hurt as the toy had been sold. Grant said sadly, "My toy is gone." "What toy?" asked Mother. "The robot," said Grant. Mother smiled and said, "Maybe next time." Grant nodded his head and both went home. On Christmas morning, Grant forgot all about the toy the moment he saw the gifts under the tree. Grant said, "Look at all the gifts under the tray. It looks like Santa Claus is here." "Oh," winked Grant's father to his mother. "And he even left a special gift for you." Grant tore the wrapping from the parcel. He was shocked when he saw his robot toy in the box. "Well," laughed Grant's father, "Merry Christmas, son." Grant was speechless. He had tears in his eyes. Wonderful doll. Once there was a poor family. One day, the girl saw a rich girl in a toy shop. Her father bought her a big doll. The girl felt sad because she did not have a single toy to play with. Her mother noticed her crying but did not say anything. Now, her father was a carpenter. So her mother told him to make a doll for her. On Christmas, father gave her the doll. It was a beautiful wooden doll. The girl saw the doll and smiled. But she was not that much happy, for she wanted a fancy doll. Something that was soft and cuddly. Just then, she saw that her father's hand was hurt. She understood that her father had hurt his hand while making a doll for her. She went up to him at once and said lovingly, "Father, this is the most wonderful doll ever. I will always cherish it." Changed father. On Christmas, the children decided to play a game. Now, they decided not to invite Amber to play. Everyone gathered in a circle except for Amber, who was standing in the corner. They said, "We will not let Amber play. Her father is not good. He is always drunk." Amber was very upset at these words. She ran home crying. In the evening, her father returned home from work. He noticed that Amber was sad and asked her what had happened. She told him about the unpleasant incident. This made Amber's father feel very sad. After dinner, Father heard a soft voice from the garden. He saw Amber praying to God to help her father get rid of his bad habit. Father was so touched by Amber's prayer that he vowed never to drink again. Amber thanked God for he had heard her prayers. It turned out to be the best Christmas. The real snowman. It was a cold Christmas day. Two friends decided to build a snowman. One said, "Imagine if our snowman comes to life." "It would never happen," said the other. After making the snowman, they played with it and then went home. This is when something strange happened. A light flashed in the sky and struck the snowman. The snowman came to life. When the two friends came to play again, they found the snowman had changed his position. They were shocked. One said, "Our snowman has come to life." The elated friends came to play with the snowman every day. But one fine day, when they came, they could not see the snowman. The friends realized that their snowman had melted. They felt bad. But now, every year, the two friends built a new snowman. They had a new friend to play with until the warm sun started to shine. The Elves and the Snowman. During Christmas, a father made a snowman in the garden. His children played around the snowman every day. It was so much fun. At night, they watched him from the window. One full moon night, the children saw elves dancing around the snowman. They were having a merry time. Dressed in lovely colors, they were having a party. In the morning, the sun shone bright in the sky. It was the beginning of spring. The children saw the elves carry the snowman with them. They ran after the elves and said, "Please do not take him." One of the elves said, "Oh, we are carrying him to a safe place in summer. He will come to meet you next winter." The children happily bade them goodbye. Later, their father came out and saw the snowman missing. He said, "Oh, the snow has melted the snowman." But the children smiled. They knew the secret. Waking on time. Monica was a nice girl, but she had a bad habit. She liked to sleep till late. Every day, her mother shouted, "Get up, Monica, or you will be late for school." But Monica did not bother. She kept sleeping. Thus, her father had to drop her off into school as she never reached the bus stop on time. But she did not seem to change her ways. One day, her father was not at home. As usual, she got late and missed her bus. Mother took a cab and dropped her to the school, but the gates had been closed by then. Monica had a dancing competition that day, but she had missed it. She felt awful that she had missed the competition due to her bad habit. She realized her mistake and started waking up on time. On Christmas, Monica got a lovely gift from her parents for having changed her bad habit. The book. Once upon a time, there was a well-to-do family. On the Christmas Eve, the family handed out gifts and food to their workers. The gardener and his family also received them. The gardener's eldest son, Will, received a book. Will could not walk. The gardener was very unhappy. He thought that the book was useless for him. However, Will was very happy with his gift. He began reading it immediately. The book was a compilation of fairy tales. He was so captivated in reading that he would forget eating. Now, Will read all the delightful stories from the book, and in the evening, he would recount them to his family. The stories filled Will with courage and strength to try to walk. Thus, one fine day, Will started walking. The gardener ran and hugged him. The gardener thought, "This book is magical, as it has indeed helped my Will. Blessed be the God." Santa's surprise. Tim finished putting the last decoration on the Christmas tree. His sister Beth was helping him. Tim said, "I want everything to be just right for Christmas. Mom and Dad are coming." "Oh, look at the snow!" exclaimed Beth, opening the front door. There was a lot of snow on the ground. Tim said sadly, "Mom and Dad called from the airport. They are stuck at the airport." Since they were going to be late, Tim and Beth sat down at the beautifully decorated table and started eating the food in front of them. "Ho, ho, ho," they heard a few minutes later, followed by a rustle on the roof. "Merry Christmas!" "What was that?" asked Tim, getting up from the table and looking out of the window. Tim was just in time to see Santa Claus helping Mom and Dad down off the road. "Merry Christmas!" Mom and Dad shouted, waving goodbye to Santa Claus. Careless Sally. Sally was careless. She lost many things due to her careless behavior. Her father repeatedly warned her to be careful. On Christmas Eve, her father gifted her a beautiful doll. He said, "If you lose this doll, I will never get any more presents for you." Sally loved the doll. She promised to take care of it, but soon forgot about her promise. The next day, her father came back from work and saw the doll lying in the garden. Sally had forgotten to take it back in. He was very upset. He took it inside and locked it in a cupboard. Then he turned to Sally and said harshly, "I have decided never to buy any toys for you." Sally started crying. She said, "Father, I am really sorry. Please forgive me." Her father saw that she was really sorry and forgave her. Christmas had really changed her. The youngest daughter. Once, a woman had 3 daughters. The eldest was mean, the second was gentle, and the youngest was kind. On Christmas, the mother sent the youngest to get some wood from the forest. The youngest daughter roamed around in the forest. She reached St. Joseph's hut while collecting wood. She gave him her food to eat and wished him Merry Christmas. Then she slept on the ground. St. Joseph rewarded her with a huge sack of money. She went back home happy. She told everyone about St. Joseph. The next day, the second daughter went to St. Joseph's hut. She gave him some food. She was rewarded with a small sack of money. Then the mean eldest daughter went to the hut. She ate all the food and made St. Joseph's sleep on the floor. There was, of course, no reward for her. The true Christmas spirit was shown by the youngest daughters. Peggy apologizes. Peggy was a spoilt girl. She had a group of friends who were like her. They would do anything for her. One day, a girl named Gina joined their school. She was very poor. She wore the clothes which were not ironed. Everyone could see that Gina was poor. Peggy and her friends made fun of poor Gina whenever they got a chance. Gina was very upset and hurt by the girl's behavior. However, she was scared to say anything to the mean girl. On Christmas, there was a poetry recitation and everyone participated. Gina recited a beautiful poem about friends and friendship. The students were amazed because her poem was the best in the class. Peggy realized her mistake then. Gina was poor, but very sweet and talented. Peggy apologized to her for her mean behavior. Gina forgave her and they became good friends. The Christmas spirit had brought a change in Peggy. enchanted snowman. Dana peeped out of the window on a cold Christmas morning. She exclaimed in delight, "Oh, it is snow everywhere!" She called all her friends. "Let us build a snowman." They gave the snowman a nice hat and gloves. Later, they got tired and went away. The snowman felt cold. Now, an elf felt sorry for the snowman. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He made a bonfire. He took the snowman as close to the fire as he could. The snowman felt good and warm. He felt so cozy that soon he went off to sleep. The elf also dozed off. Suddenly, there was a sound. Hearing the sound, the elf jumped up to find the snowman gone. Only his hat and gloves remained. "Snowman, where are you?" the elf cried. He looked high and low. He hunted everywhere but could not find the snowman, for he had melted away. Magic Snowman. It was a cold Christmas morning. Kathy saw snow everywhere. "Hey Ken, let us make a snowman," she shouted to her brother. Ken rushed to where Kathy was standing and saw the snow too. Both got very excited. They loved to play in the snow. They quickly ate their breakfast and ran out. Kathy picked up some black currants from the kitchen for the snowman's eyes, a moon-shaped potato piece for his lips, and a red cherry for the nose. Once they had finished making the snowman, Kathy said, "He looks very good. I wish he could speak." "Let us call Mom," Ken agreed. As they turned around to go inside, Kathy felt a cold touch on her shoulder. Startled, she turned around and saw the snowman standing right behind her. "I am a magic snowman," said the snowman, winking his eyes. He hugged the children. Kathy's wish had indeed come true. Wendy's wish. "What do you want for Christmas this year?" asked Mother. "I would like to have the new princess doll," said Wendy. Mother said, "I am afraid the doll is much too expensive." Wendy cried, "It is the only thing I want." Just then, Wendy's friend said, "I want a cupcake doll." On Christmas morning, I was disappointed because I got a plain doll. All my friends got the cupcake doll. About a week after Christmas, however, each one of their cupcake dolls broke. "They did!" exclaimed Wendy, wide-eyed. "Yes," said the friend. "And to this day, I have my plain doll." Wendy picked her pencil up and scratched out the word princess and wrote the word plain instead. On Christmas, she opened the gift from her mother. She was expecting a plain doll, but what she got was a princess doll. "Wow!" exclaimed Wendy. "Thank you, Mother." "Merry Christmas, Wendy," exclaimed Mother. God's promise. There was a kind couple. The husband and wife were generous and helped everyone. But they did not have any children. Now, God was happy with them. So He blessed them with a special son on Christmas. One night, God appeared to the wife in a dream and promised that He would take care of the baby. Soon, the wife gave birth to a baby boy. The husband and his wife were very happy. One day, the wife took her son to watch a circus. Suddenly, a lion broke his cage and ran out. The wife and her son got separated in the chaos. She closed her eyes and cried aloud, "Help us, God." When she opened her eyes, her son was standing before her smiling. He said, "I was lost, but an angel led me to you." The wife's eyes were filled with the tears of happiness. She remembered God's promise in the dream. The flower. It was a sunny Christmas morning. Nona knew it was going to be a beautiful Christmas. She went outside and walked around. She had a beautiful garden. Nona looked at her flowers. She loved flowers and planted them herself. She took great care of her flowers. She even painted the pots. Suddenly, among the flowers, she saw a beautiful flower. "What a lovely flower!" cried Nona. "I wonder what kind of flower it is. I have never seen a flower like this." Nona had another thought. She pondered how the flower got there. "I know I did not plant it," said Nona to herself. Nona looked around the garden. "I wonder if Santa Claus planted it for me," said Nona. Off in the distance, Nona heard a hearty laugh. It was Santa Claus. She was right. Nona waved excitedly and shouted, "Thank you, Santa!" "Merry Christmas!" cried Santa Claus, laughing. Best Christmas gift. "Molly dear," said Mother, "do you remember how you always told us that you wanted a baby brother or baby sister?" "Yes, I still do want it," said Molly. "Well, it looks like your wish has come true," exclaimed Daddy happily. "Wow! Is Mummy going to have a baby?" cried Molly. Daddy said, "Yes." Whether it will be a boy or a girl is not important. But now you will have to become a big girl. Mother is going to take your help." "Of course," cried Molly. "I will help Mother." Over the next few months, Molly grew very anxious to see the new baby. Then on Christmas, Mother delivered a lovely baby boy. "Hello, brother," said Molly, smiling. "I am your elder sister, Molly." The baby looked into Molly's eyes and smiled. "Look at that. He loves you already," said Mother. It was the best Christmas gift. Christmas Angel. An angel said to herself, "I do hope that this Christmas I will be able to help people have a happy and merry Christmas." Suddenly, the angel heard a little girl crying. She asked him, "Why are you crying?" The little girl sobbed, "My puppy is missing. I am worried. How will I find it?" The angel asked, "What does your puppy look like?" "He is very cute. He has brown hair and a brown collar," said the little girl. "What is your name?" asked the angel. "My name is Peggy," said the little girl. The angel said, "I will find your puppy. Do not worry." Soon, the angel found the puppy with her powers. She carried it to where Peggy was waiting. Peggy hugged her puppy tightly. "Thank you so much. Are you an angel?" said Peggy to the angel. "I am a Christmas angel. Merry Christmas, little Peggy. Always be happy," said the angel. Then she went away to help someone else. The bicycle. It was Christmas Eve. Donna knew there was not much money, so she might not get all her presents on Christmas. Donna thought longingly of a pink bicycle that she wanted. Later, when Donna was sleeping, a sound like a tiny tinkling bell woke her up. She saw a beautiful fairy. The fairy said, "I have an urgent message from Santa Claus. He needs a helper. Will you help?" Donna nodded her head. Soon, she found herself sitting in a sleigh along with Santa. It was so much fun distributing the presents. When all had been delivered, Donna found herself in her own little bed. She heard Grandfather calling out, "Merry Christmas, Donna!" Leaning against her bed with a beautiful pink bicycle. From the handlebars hung a label which said, "To Donna, a very good girl. Merry Christmas." Donna thought, just for a moment, that Grandfather looked just like Father Christmas. The Kind Sisters. Tina and Susie were decorating the Christmas tree in the living room. The two sisters were excited but sad too, for their father was far away from home. Suddenly, they saw that their poor neighbor, Mr. Bean's roof had fallen off. The sister said, "Mother, can they celebrate Christmas with us tonight?" Mother at once went out and came back with the neighbors. Tina and Susie shared their gifts, toys, and food with Mr. Bean's little daughters. They even shared their room with the daughters. Just before sleeping, the sisters prayed to God, "Please bring our father back home." A fairy had been in their house all evening. She saw both the sisters' kindness and was very touched. She gently waved her magic wand and disappeared. The next morning, Mr. Bean's house was repaired. Their father also came. The sisters rushed to hug him tightly. They shouted, "Merry Christmas, Father!" Santa helps Jerry's family. Jerry lived with his poor parents in a small town. His father had a small shop. The town had a beautiful church and organized a Christmas carnival every year. Jerry wanted to go to the carnival. He asked his parents for new clothes. Father said, "Son, we don't have extra money to buy clothes. But if you help me out at the shop, I can take you to the carnival." Jerry readily agreed and started helping his father in the shop. Soon, all his father's goods were sold. That evening, as Jerry's father went to the market to buy clothes, someone stole his money. When Jerry heard about this, he started crying. Santa saw all this. At midnight, he bought new clothes and gifts for Jerry's family. Jerry thanked Santa Claus for the gifts. When Santa Claus left Jerry, dressed up in his new clothes. Peggy is healed. Peggy was very helpful and caring. One day, Peggy saved a small stray dog from a big bully dog. The next day, she gave all her sweets to a small beggar boy. Another day, Peggy helped an old woman cross the road. But she herself tripped on a pile of logs and broke her ankle. The doctor plastered her foot and told her to rest for 6 weeks. That night, Peggy was sad because she could not go to school. It was Christmas time as well. Suddenly, Peggy saw a green light in her room. A sweet elf stood and smiled at her. He said, "I have been sent by Santa Claus. He knows that you are a very good girl and always help others. Your ankle is healed and nothing will ever hurt you again." He also gave many gifts to Peggy. Then he went away. Peggy was very happy. Hard work pays. Once there was a farmer. He lived in a small hut that he had built himself. His neighbor was a rich merchant who had a large house and a lot of money. He also had many people who worked for him. The merchant would always make fun of the farmer. "You poor man! You have to do all the work by yourself." The farmer kept quiet and carried on with his work. Every night he thanked God and went to bed very content. The fairy godmother watched over the farmer and blessed his work. On Christmas Eve, it rained for days and all the roads were flooded. The merchant had nothing to eat. The farmer gave the merchant some vegetables. The fairy godmother said, "The farmer may work day and night, but he grows his own food. His labor saved him today." The merchant now understood that hard work always pays. Saved by snow. During Christmas, a small town was about to be attacked by the enemy. It was winter, and heavy snowfall made the enemy's progress slow. The news of the enemy's arrival had reached the town. Most of the people had left the town fearing the enemy. The Grimm family decided to stay despite the enemy. They believed in God and knew that He would save them. In the morning, they tried to open the doors and the windows but could not open them. The house was in complete darkness. The Grimm's son, being small, was lifted and he crawled through the loft. On opening the trapdoor with difficulty, the son found that it had snowed heavily throughout the night. The house was covered with snow and had been hidden by the enemy's sight. God had heard their prayers and caused the snow to cover their house. Thus, the Grimm family was saved from the attack of the enemy. The Old Man. A boy saw an old man faint. He, with the help of a passerby, took him home and called a doctor. The doctor checked the old man and told him that he would not live for long. The boy felt sorry for the old man. He visited him every day. The old man died a few days later. The boy was very sad. A few days later, the boy's father lost his job. Now, the family did not have money to buy food and starved for several days. One day, the boy saw an old man dressed in white clothes like an angel. He placed his hand on the boy's forehead and disappeared. As he vanished, the boy saw a large sack of food and a small pouch of gold coins lying beside him. The boy's parents thanked the boy for being kind to the old man. The Frog. Zoe and her mother had lived in a small cottage. Christmas was so close. Zoe wished she could get a new dress with frills and lace. But Zoe did not want to ask her mother for a new dress. She knew how hard her mother worked to make both ends meet. Maybe she could make a wish, or maybe Santa Claus would come. The days passed. Soon it was Christmas Eve. Zoe went to bed with a heavy heart. She knew that there would be no gifts for her. Zoe slowly drifted off to sleep. In the morning, she was surprised to see a beautiful pack tie with a red ribbon, with fluffy frills and attractive lace. She touched the material. It was soft and silky. Zoe could not believe her eyes. After all, Santa Claus had heard her and sent her the lovely frog. The Talking Snowman. On a cold Christmas, there was snow everywhere. The children started to roll snowballs. Soon, they had 2 big ones. They then made a round head for a snowman's head. Luke brought 2 pieces of coal to use for the snowman's eyes. Anne gave him a wood nose. Fanny brought a scarf for the snowman, and Brad brought him a pair of mittens. Gus brought a hat from his house. It fitted the snowman perfectly, as though it was made for him. Gus said, "He looks perfect." They all stood back and admired the snowman. If only he could talk. Suddenly, a voice said, "Hello, children." The children were shocked. It was the snowman who spoke. "It is magic. He is alive," whispered Fanny. And indeed he was. The children had a wonderful time with the snowman. No one could have thought that they would be talking and playing with a snowman. Birth of Jesus. In the town of Nazareth, there lived Mary. She was engaged to Joseph. One day, an angel appeared to Mary. "You shall have a baby boy. Give him the name Jesus." Mary was confused. She was not yet married to Joseph. So how could she have a baby? The angel said, "The Holy Spirit will perform a miracle, and because of this, your baby shall be called the Son of God." Soon after, Joseph found out that Mary was going to have a baby. The angel said to him, "The child Mary is going to have is God's son." In those days, the government decided that they should count everyone who lived in that area of the world. So, Joseph took Mary to Bethlehem to register. But they could not find a place to stay. Finally, someone gave them a barn to stay. That night, Mary and Joseph had the baby Jesus. The shepherds visit Jesus. In the fields near Bethlehem, there were some shepherds who were watching over their flocks of sheep. Suddenly, the sky was filled with a bright light, and they saw an angel appear before them. The shepherds grew afraid seeing the angel. The angel said, "Do not be afraid. I bring you good news. In the city of Bethlehem, the city of King David, is born the Savior. He is Christ, the Lord. He is wrapped in strips of cloth and is lying in a manger. The next moment, the sky was filled with angels, and they sang praises to the Lord. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the angels disappeared. Then the shepherds said to one another, "Let us go to Bethlehem." The amazed shepherds then went to Bethlehem, found the manger, and were the first to see Jesus. They told everyone that they had met the baby Jesus. The three wise men. The night Jesus was born, three wise men, called the Magi, from the east came to Jerusalem. They studied the stars. One night, they saw an unusually large and bright star in the sky. They understood that an important person had been born. "We must find this child and worship him," said the Magi. So they asked, "Where is the child who has been born to be the King of Jews?" "When we were in the east, we saw his star. Now we have come to worship him." The star they had seen when they were in the east went ahead of them. It finally stopped over the place where the child was. When they saw the star, they were filled with joy. The wise men went to the house. There, they saw the child with his mother, Mary. They bowed down and worshipped him. Then they gave him gold, incense, and myrrh.
Thanks for watching. Do like, share, subscribe to Sahil Book House.